Night has fallen. Turn off the lights and prepare yourself for stories that will send chills down your spine. Tell me in the comments which city you're watching from and what time it is. Subscribe to the channel and let's begin. The call came in at 11:47 p.m. A woman reported strange noises deep in the Blackwood Forest area. She couldn't describe them exactly. Just wrong, she said. I've been on the force for 12 years, and late-night calls to Blackwood never end well. My partner Martinez and I took it anyway. That's the job. I pulled our cruiser onto the dirt access road, gravel crunching under the tires. The headlights carved through the darkness, catching the bare branches of winter trees. Martinez checked the GPS again. About half a mile ahead, he said, squinting at the screen. There's a clearing where we can park. The clearing was smaller than I expected, just wide enough for the cruiser. I killed the engine, and silence pressed in around us. No crickets, no owls, nothing. Check your radio, I told Martinez. He did, and static crackled through the speaker. We both knew cell service would be spotty out here. Standard procedure was to call in our position, but the static told us that wasn't happening. We got out, flashlight beams sweeping the trees. The temperature had dropped since sunset, and my breath came out in white clouds. Martinez moved to the trunk and grabbed our gear. Standard issue firearms, spare batteries, first aid kit. Which way? I asked. Martinez pointed northeast. Woman said she heard the noises coming from that direction, near the old logging trail. We started walking. Our boots crunched on dead leaves and broken twigs. The forest was dense here. Trees packed tight, branches tangled overhead. Our flashlight beams seemed weak against the wall of darkness. That's when I heard it. Martinez, just a whisper, barely there. Like someone breathing my partner's name from behind a closed door. Martinez stopped walking. You hear that? He asked. I nodded. We stood perfectly still, listening. For 10 seconds, nothing. Then, John, my name this time, whispered from somewhere to our left. My hand went to my holster automatically. Show yourself. Martinez called out. His voice sounded too loud in the quiet forest. Police officers, come out where we can see you. No response. Just the soft rush of wind through bare branches. We moved forward slowly, scanning with our lights. The whispers came again, from different directions now. Sometimes my name, sometimes Martinez's. Always in that same breathy voice that seemed to hover just at the edge of hearing. This is getting weird, Martinez muttered. He was right. In all my years on the force, I'd never experienced anything like this. The voices seemed to be moving, circling us, but we couldn't spot anyone in the trees. We reached the logging trail, really just a narrow dirt path cutting through the undergrowth. The whispers were constant now, a chorus of soft voices calling our names. They seemed to be coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. My flashlight beam caught movement ahead. Just a quick flash of something pale disappearing behind a tree. Police, stop right there, I shouted, breaking into a run. Martinez was right behind me. We reached the tree in seconds, but there was nothing there. No footprints in the dirt, no broken branches, no sign anyone had passed through. John and Martinez. The whispers were closer now, almost in our ears. I spun around, heart pounding, but the beam of my flashlight showed only trees and shadows. Sweat ran down my back despite the cold. We need backup, Martinez said. He grabbed his radio, but there was nothing but static, The whispers had risen to a constant susurration, dozens of voices calling our names in that same breathless tone. Something brushed against the back of my neck, light as a spider's web, cold as ice. I whirled, firing my flashlight beam into the darkness, but there was nothing there. My hands were shaking now, and my breath came in quick gasps. "We should go back," I said. Martinez nodded, his face pale in the flashlight beam. We turned around, and that's when my light caught it. A face floating between the trees, white as bone, with black holes where the eyes should be. It vanished as soon as the beam touched it, like smoke in the wind. We ran. Professional pride be damned. We ran like hell back toward the cruiser. The whispers followed us, growing louder, more urgent. Branches whipped at our faces. I stumbled over roots, but kept going, Martinez's heavy breathing right behind me. The clearing appeared ahead, our cruiser a dark shape in the weak moonlight. I fumbled with the keys, hands shaking so bad I could barely get them in the ignition. Martinez slammed his door just as I got the engine started. The headlights came on, illuminating the trees ahead. For just a second, I saw them. Dozens of pale faces floating in the darkness, mouths open in silent whispers. Then they were gone, leaving nothing but empty forest. I threw the cruiser into reverse, tires spinning on dead leaves. We didn't speak until we were back on the main road, the forest receding behind us. "What the hell was that?" Martinez finally asked. His voice was steady, but I could see his hands trembling as he lit a cigarette. "I don't know," I said, "and I don't want to know. We filed our report, of course, logged it as a possible trespasser, unable to locate. What else could we say? That we heard whispers in the dark, that we saw faces in the trees. They'd have us on desk duty faster than you can say psychological evaluation. But sometimes, late at night, when I'm on patrol, I still hear those whispers, just at the edge of hearing, someone breathing my name in that same soft, desperate voice. And I wonder what's out there in Blackwood Forest, calling in the dark." We never took another call out there. Other officers handle the Blackwood beat now, but they've reported similar things. Whispers in the dark, voices calling their names. The brass dismisses it as legends, ghost stories cops tell to scare the rookies. But Martinez and I know better. We were there. We heard the whispers. We saw the faces. And sometimes, on quiet nights when the wind blows just right, I swear I can still hear them calling. John and Martinez. The woman who made the call, we never found her. The number she used was disconnected, and no one in the area admitted to making the report. Just another detail that doesn't add up. Another piece of the puzzle that keeps me awake at night. I've been a cop long enough to know there are some cases you never solve, some questions better left unanswered. But I'll tell you this, I don't go near Blackwood Forest anymore, especially after dark. And if you're ever out there and hear someone whisper your name, run. Run as fast as you can and don't look back. Because whatever's calling you isn't human, and it knows your name. Martinez transferred to another precinct 6 months later. Said he couldn't handle the night shifts anymore. I don't blame him. Some things change you, leave marks that never quite heal. We still talk. Sometimes, but we never discuss that night. Some experiences are better left in the dark where they belong. The official report sits in a file somewhere, gathering dust. Just another unsolved case in a drawer full of mysteries. But the whispers, they're still out there, calling in the darkness, waiting for someone to answer. I've got 5 years left until retirement. 5 years of avoiding that part of my beat, of turning down calls to Blackwood Forest. Let the younger officers handle it. Let them learn for themselves what lurks in those woods. But sometimes, when I'm alone in my cruiser on a quiet night, I catch myself wondering about those whispers. Were they really there? Did we actually see those faces in the dark? Or did we imagine it all? Two cops letting their imaginations run wild on a cold winter night. Then I remember the fear in Martinez's eyes, the way his hands shook as he lit that cigarette. I remember the bone-white faces floating between the trees, the cold touch on the back of my neck, and I know it was real. All of it. The whispers are still there, calling in the dark, waiting, watching. And sometimes, late at night, when the wind blows through the trees, I swear I can still hear them. John Martinez. John Martinez. But I don't answer anymore. Some calls are better left unanswered, some mysteries better left unsolved. The darkness can keep its secrets. I've seen enough to last a lifetime. And if you ever find yourself near Blackwood Forest after dark, and you hear someone whisper your name, do what we did. Run as fast as you can, and don't stop until the whispers fade away, because whatever's out there in those woods, it's still waiting, still watching, still whispering names in the dark. And it knows yours too. Story 2. The dispatch came through at 3:17 a.m. A noise complaint at 1247 Oakwood Drive. The caller reported strange reflections in their neighbors' windows, even though the house had been empty for months. I was the only unit available. Standard procedure is to wait for backup on vacant house calls. But something in the dispatcher's voice made me head over immediately. I pulled up to the house at 3:28 a.m. It was one of those old Victorian places, 3 stories, peeling paint, dead ivy crawling up the walls. My flashlight beam caught the windows, and I saw what the caller meant. Each window had a mirror positioned behind it, angled just right to catch anyone approaching the house. The front door was unlocked. The handle turned easily under my grip, and the door swung open with a low creak. I announced myself, "Police officer, anyone here?" But only silence answered. The entrance hall hit me first. Mirrors lined every wall, floor to ceiling. Not the fancy kind you'd see in a department store. These were old mirrors, their silver backing spotted with age. My reflection multiplied dozens of times as I stepped inside. I did a standard sweep, checking corners, noting exits. The layout was simple. Stairs ahead, living room to the left, dining room to the right. Every room had those mirrors. They covered every wall space not taken up by windows or doors. The living room was empty except for more mirrors. My flashlight beam bounced off them, creating a maze of light and reflection. I saw myself from every angle, front, back, sides. But something was off. The timing of the reflections seemed wrong, like they were moving a fraction of a second after I did. I headed for the dining room. The door was partially closed. As I pushed it open, I caught a glimpse of movement in one of the living room mirrors. I spun around, gun drawn, but the room was empty, just me and my reflections. The dining room was worse. Mirrors covered the ceiling too. I looked up and saw myself looking down, the beam of my flashlight creating a tunnel of light between me and my reflection. But as I watched, the reflection's light seemed to dim, even though I hadn't moved my flashlight. Something moved in my peripheral vision. Just a quick flash in one of the mirrors. I turned, but there was nothing there. Just more reflections of me, standing with my gun drawn. Except, one of them had its gun pointed in a different direction. My heart started pounding. Sweat trickled down my back. I kept my breathing steady, but my hands were shaking slightly. Professional training kicked in. I moved to put my back against a wall, establishing a defensive position. The wall felt wrong, not cold like a mirror, but warm, almost body temperature. I jerked away and spun around. My reflection stared back at me, but its eyes were wrong, dark, empty. I backed out of the dining room, keeping my gun up. The reflections followed, 100 versions of me moving in perfect sync. No, not perfect. Some were slightly off. A head turned too late. An arm moved too soon. Small discrepancies that set off every alarm bell in my brain. The stairs creaked overhead. Someone was up there. I called out again. "Police officer, show yourself." My voice sounded flat, like the mirrors were absorbing it. I had to check upstairs. Protocol said to wait for backup, but backup was at least 15 minutes away. If someone was up there, I couldn't let them escape. The stairs were narrow, each step covered in mirrors. I saw myself climbing from below, from above, from both sides. The reflections rippled and shifted, like watching myself through water. The second floor was one long hallway with doors on either side. More mirrors, of course. My flashlight beam revealed something new. Handprints on the mirrors, small ones, like a child's. They appeared fresh, the glass still smudged and cloudy where someone had pressed their palms against it. I checked each room methodically. They were all empty, all mirrored. In one room, probably a bedroom, the mirrors were arranged in a circle, creating an infinite tunnel of reflections that spiraled away into darkness. Another creak from above, the third floor. I found the stairs at the end of the hall. These were steeper, narrower. The mirrors here were older, their surfaces clouded with age. My reflections looked distorted, stretched. Something was wrong with the timing again. I'd raise my foot to take a step, but my reflection would move first. I'd turn my head, but the movement in the mirror would lag behind. Small differences, but enough to make my skin crawl. The third floor was different. Just one room taking up the entire space. And mirrors, hundreds of them, arranged in concentric circles. They formed a maze, each panel angled slightly differently. My flashlight beam fractured into countless points of light, creating a galaxy of reflections. I stepped into the maze. My training told me to back out, wait for back up, but something drew me forward. The mirrors seemed to shift as I passed, turning slightly to follow my movement. Each reflection showed me from a different angle, but none of them seemed quite right. In one mirror, my uniform was unbuttoned. In another, my gun was in my left hand instead of my right. Small changes, minor discrepancies that added up to something impossible. I reached the center of the maze. The mirrors here formed a perfect circle, maybe 10 feet across. As I turned, slowly, taking in my reflections, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. One of the reflections wasn't moving. It stood perfectly still, staring straight ahead, while all the others moved with me. As I watched, frozen in place, it slowly turned its head to look at me. Its eyes were black, empty spaces in its face. I ran. Professional pride be damned. I ran. The mirrors seemed to close in around me, reflections moving independently now. I saw myself running in 100 different directions. Some reflections were ahead of me, some behind. Some moved in slow motion, others too fast to track. I hit the stairs at full speed, nearly falling. The reflections rippled and distorted, showing impossible angles and movements. I caught glimpses of other figures in the mirrors now, shadowy shapes that flitted at the edges of my vision. Second floor, the handprints on the mirrors were changing, spreading like frost across the glass. My flashlight beams seemed weaker, barely penetrating the darkness. First floor. I could see the front door ahead, still open to the night, but the reflections, God, the reflections, each one was wrong now. Different uniforms, different faces, different movements. None of them were me anymore. I burst out of the house and ran to my cruiser. As I peeled away from the curb, I glanced in the rearview mirror. For just a second, I saw something in the reflection. My face, but not my face. Black eyes, empty smile. I called for backup once. I was clear of the house. Reported a possible break-in. Suspicious circumstances. When other units arrived, they found nothing unusual. Just an empty house with some old mirrors. No handprints. No maze on the third floor. Nothing to support my story. The report says no evidence of criminal activity found. The house was eventually demolished, the mirrors sold or destroyed. But sometimes, when I drive past that empty lot late at night, I catch movement in my rearview mirror. A reflection that moves, wrong eyes that aren't mine looking back at me. I requested a transfer after that night. Couldn't handle patrolling that neighborhood anymore. The other officers think I cracked under pressure, imagined the whole thing. Maybe they're right. But I've removed every mirror from my house. I shave using my phone's camera. I avoid reflective surfaces when I can. Because I know what I saw in that house. I know what lives in mirrors, watching us, waiting. And sometimes, late at night, I wake up, feeling eyes on me. I'll catch a movement in my peripheral vision, a reflection where there shouldn't be one. And I wonder, did I really escape that house? Or did something follow me out, something that lives in reflections and wears my face? I don't know, I don't want to know. All I know is this. If you ever find yourself in a house full of mirrors, don't look too closely at your reflection, because it might not be yours anymore. Story 3. It started on a Tuesday night. Just another routine patrol through the industrial district. The shift had been quiet. A few traffic stops, one noise complaint. Nothing unusual. Until 2:13 a.m. I'd just cleared a security check at one of the warehouses when I first heard it. A soft sound from the back seat of my cruiser, like someone letting out a slow breath. I turned around. The back seat was empty. Just shadows and the metal divider between the front and rear compartments. Standard procedure is to check the back seat at the start of every shift. I'd done it 6 hours ago. Nothing there. The sound came again. A quiet exhale, followed by something that might have been a whisper. My hand went to my gun automatically. I hit the interior lights, but they showed nothing. Just the worn fabric of the back seat, the scuff marks on the divider from countless arrests. I got out and opened the rear door. Did a thorough check of the entire back compartment. Nothing under the seats. Nothing in the footwells. Just empty space and the lingering smell of cleaning products from yesterday's decontamination. Back behind the wheel, I radioed dispatch, ran a quick radio check, thinking maybe I was picking up interference. The radio was clear. Just static and the occasional chatter from other units. I started driving again. The digital clock on the dash read 2:17 a.m. For more hours, till end of shift. The sound came again, louder this time. Definitely breathing. Ragged and uneven. Like someone trying to be quiet, but not quite managing it. My heart rate picked up. Sweat beaded on my forehead, despite the cool air from the AC. I adjusted the rear-view mirror, trying to get a better view of the back seat. For a second, I thought I saw movement, a darker shadow against the shadows. But when I looked directly over my shoulder, there was nothing there. The breathing continued, in and out, in and out. Sometimes fast and shallow, sometimes slow and deep. It seemed to be coming from different parts of the back seat now. First the driver's side, then the passenger side, then directly behind me. I pulled into an empty parking lot and got out again. Did another check of the back seat, this time with my flashlight. The beam showed empty space. I ran my hands over the seats, feeling for anything unusual. Nothing. Back in the driver's seat, I sat for a moment, listening. Silence. Just the idle of the engine and the soft hum of the radio. Maybe I was more tired than I thought. Maybe. The breathing started again, right behind my head, close enough that I should have felt it on my neck. But there was no warm air, no physical sensation, just the sound. I pulled out onto the main road, pushing the speedometer higher than regulation allowed. The breathing got louder, more labored. Something scraped against the divider, like fingernails on metal. My hands were shaking on the steering wheel. The clock read 2:31 a.m. The radio crackled, dispatch calling all units. Reached for the handset, but the breathing suddenly got louder, drowning out the dispatcher's voice. The temperature in the car dropped. The AC was still running, but I could see my breath now. Frost started forming on the windows. The breathing had turned into a wet, gurgling sound. I hit the lights and siren, pushing the cruiser faster. The sound of nails on metal grew louder, more frantic. In the rear-view mirror, the shadows in the back seat seemed to move, to take shape. Something touched. The back of my neck, cold, wet, like dead fingers. I nearly drove off the road. The cruiser swerved, tires squealing. I corrected, heart pounding so hard I could barely hear anything else. But I could still hear the breathing. And now something else. A sound like wet cloth dragging across leather. The clock read to 35 a.m. The temperature kept dropping. Ice crystals formed on the windshield faster than the defroster could melt them. The breathing was right behind me now, ragged and hungry. Keyed the radio. Dispatch, Unit 47. I need backup. At the radio died. Just static, then nothing. Even the engine sound seemed muffled, distant. Like the only real sound in the world was that breathing. Something moved in the rearview mirror. A face, white as bone, with black holes where the eyes should be. Water dripped from its hair, its mouth running down the leather seats. I slammed on the brakes. The cruiser skidded to a stop in the middle of the road. I was out the door before it fully stopped, gun drawn, pointing at the back seat through the window. Empty. Just shadows and frost-covered leather. I stood there, gun trained on the empty car, breath coming in white clouds. The temperature was normal outside. No ice, no frost. Just a warm summer night. My hands were shaking as I opened the back door again. The seats were dry. No watermarks. No sign anything had been there. But the breathing, I could still hear it. Fainter now, coming from inside the car. I backed away, cold. For backup on my portable radio, reported a possible security breach of my vehicle. Other units arrived within minutes. They searched the car, found nothing, no signs of tampering, no signs anyone had been in the back seat. The sergeant suggested fatigue, told me to take the rest of the shift off. I didn't argue. But as I drove my personal car home, I kept checking the rearview mirror, kept listening for breathing in the back seat. They assigned me a different cruiser the next day. The old one. Went in for a thorough inspection. Mechanics found nothing wrong. No signs of water damage. No scratches on the divider. Nothing to explain what happened. But sometimes, late at night, when I'm on patrol, I hear breathing from the back seat. Just for a moment. Just long enough to make me wonder. And in the rearview mirror, I catch glimpses of something wet and white, with black holes for eyes. I requested a partner after that night. Department policy allows it for officer safety. No one questioned it. No one asked why I won't drive a patrol car alone anymore. The official report says nothing about breathing sounds or frost or faces in mirrors. Just a possible vehicle security check, nothing found. But I know what I heard, what I saw. It's been 6 months. I still check the back seat at the start of every shift. Still listen for breathing over the sound of the engine. Still watch the rearview mirror for movement. And sometimes, when I'm driving alone in my personal car, I hear it, just a soft exhale, just a whisper of sound. And I remember that night, remember the cold and the wet touch on my neck. I don't know what was in my cruiser that night. Don't know if it's still out there, riding in the back seats of patrol cars, breathing in the darkness. Don't want to know, but I'll tell you this. If you're ever driving alone at night and hear breathing from your back seat, don't look in the rearview mirror. Don't turn around, just drive. Drive as fast as you can and pray. Whatever's back there doesn't catch up to you. Because sometimes, the most dangerous passengers are the ones you can't see. The ones that leave no traces. The ones that come with cold breath and wet fingers and eyes like empty holes. And sometimes, they never leave. Story 4. The call came in at 1:43 a.m. A neighbor reported strange noises from the old Blackwood House at 437 Pine Street. Scratching sounds, they said, thumping, coming from the top floor. The house had been empty for months since the previous owners moved out. I took the call alone. No backup available. 3 domestics and a bar fight had every other unit tied up. Standard procedure says wait for backup on vacant house calls. But the neighbor sounded scared. Really scared. The house loomed against the night sky as I pulled up. 3 stories of weathered Victorian architecture with a peaked attic roof. Most of these old houses had been split into apartments, but this one remained single family. My flashlight beam caught movement in one of the upper windows, just curtains moving in the wind. Had to be. The front door was locked. I checked the windows, all secured. Around back, I found a basement entrance. The padlock was broken, hanging useless from the hasp. Recent damage, the metal still shiny where it had been cut. I radioed in my position and drew my weapon. The basement door opened with a low creak. Musty air washed over me, thick with the smell of mold and decay. My flashlight beam cut through the darkness, revealing concrete floors and stone walls. Empty except for some old boxes and a broken chair. The stairs to the first floor were solid wood, each step groaning under my weight. I announced myself, "Police officer, anyone here?" The sound echoed through the empty house. No response. First floor was clear. Just empty rooms with dust-covered floors. My footprints stood out clearly in the grey coating. No other prints. No sign anyone had been here recently. Second floor was the same. Empty bedrooms, vacant bathrooms, more dust, more silence. But as I reached the second floor landing, I heard it. A soft scratching sound from above, like fingernails on wood. The attic stairs were at the end of the hall, narrow, steep. A door at the top was closed. Locked from the outside with a heavy padlock. The scratching got louder as I approached. Something was up there. I radioed for backup again. Static answered. No signal in here. The scratching continued, more intense now, urgent, then a thump, like something heavy falling. The padlock was old, rusted, but it was secured firmly to the door. Recently, by the look of the scuff marks around the hasp, someone had locked that door on purpose. Another thump from above. Then something else. A sound like movement across wooden floors, slow, dragging. The door shuddered in its frame. My hands were steady on my weapon, but sweat ran down my back. Training kept my breathing even controlled. The scratching had stopped. In the silence, I could hear something else, breathing, coming from the other side of the door. "Police officer," I called out. "If someone's in there, answer me." The breathing stopped. For 3 heartbeats, nothing. Then a sound, a voice, but not a voice. High and thin and wrong. Like wind through broken glass. Help. Just one word, but it made every hair on my body stand up. Because that voice wasn't human. The door shuddered again. Something hit it from the other side, hard enough to make the hinges creak. The padlock held. Help me. The voice was louder now, still wrong, still inhuman. The words seemed to slither through the cracks around the door. My flashlight beam caught something seeping under the door. Black, thick, like oil but not oil. It moved. Against gravity, crawling up the door frame. "Let me out." The voice had changed. Deeper, hungry. The door shook violently, wood splintering round the hinges. I backed up, weapon trained on the door. The black substance had reached the padlock. It coated the metal, seeping into the keyhole. The lock began to smoke. Static burst from my radio, making me jump. Through the white noise, I heard a voice. Not dispatch. Not another officer. The same wrong voice from behind the door. "Let me out." The padlock was dissolving. Metal running like wax, eating through the hasp. The door shuddered again, and I heard wood crack. I ran, no shame in tactical retreat. I hit the stairs at full speed, taking them 3 at a time. Behind me, something hit the attic door, hard. The sound of splintering wood echoed through the house. Second floor, the temperature dropped suddenly. My breath came out in white clouds. The black substance was seeping through the ceiling, running down the walls like dirty tears. First floor. I could see the front door ahead, still closed, still locked. Behind me, a crash that shook the whole house. The attic door giving way. Something moved at the top of the stairs. I didn't look back, didn't want to see. The sound of dragging footsteps followed me. Fast, getting closer. The front door wouldn't open. The knob turned, but the door held fast. I slammed my shoulder against it. Once, twice. The footsteps were almost on me. The door burst open on the 3rd try. I stumbled out into the night. Behind me, the house was dark, silent. No movement in the windows. No sound of pursuit. Backup arrived 5 minutes later. They searched the house. Found nothing. No black substance. No broken attic door. The padlock was intact, though it looked older, more rusted than before. The report says possible break-in attempt, premises secure. Nothing about voices or dissolving metal or things that moved in the dark. Nothing about what was locked in that attic or why. I requested a transfer the next day. Couldn't patrol that area anymore. Couldn't drive past that house knowing what was up there. The house is still empty, still for sale. Sometimes I check the real estate listings, looking at the photos. The attic isn't shown in any of them. No mention of it in the property details. But late at night, when I'm on patrol in my new district, I'll catch something on my radio. Static, mostly. But sometimes, in the white noise, I hear a voice, thin and high and wrong. Help me. I turn the radio off when that happens. Try to forget about padlocked doors and black substances and things that drag themselves downstairs. But I know it's still there. Still waiting. Still locked in that attic. And sometimes, when I drive past old houses with peaked roofs, I look up at their attic windows, look for movement behind dusty glass, listen for scratching sounds, because now I know why some doors are locked from the outside, why some rooms are sealed and forgotten, and I know that sometimes the most dangerous thing isn't what's trying to break in, it's what's trying to get out. The official department record shows a routine check of a vacant property. Nothing unusual found. The neighbor who called withdrew their complaint the next day, said they must have imagined the noises. But I know what I heard, what I saw, what was locked in that attic, and I know that padlock won't hold forever. Story 5. Dispatch radioed at 11:52 p.m. Security system at the riverside. Office complex was showing elevator activity. All floors. Building had been empty since 6 p.m. Guard station unmanned on weekends. I took the call. Night shift was quiet. Just me and Rodriguez covering the business district. He was tied up with a shoplifting case across town. The complex was dark when I pulled up. 12 stories of glass and steel, black against the night sky. Main entrance locked. Security panel showed. Armed. No signs of forced entry. I used the override key from building management. The lobby lights clicked on automatically. Motion sensors. Standard setup. The security desk sat empty. Monitors showing camera feeds from around the building. The elevator panel caught my eye. Floor indicators moving. Up and down. All 3 cars active. Moving between floors with no pattern I could see. I checked the security feeds. Elevator cameras showed empty cars. Just steel walls and fluorescent lights. But they kept moving. Stop at 6. Down to 2. Up to 10. Like they were searching for something. My radio crackled. Static. This close to the security desk. It should have been clear. I keyed the mic. Dispatch, Unit 47, on scene. Nothing but white noise. The first elevator arrived at the lobby with a soft ding. Doors slid open. Empty car. But something was wrong. The air felt thick, heavy, like the moment before a storm. The elevator walls were wet. Water beaded on the steel panels, ran down in slow streams. The floor was dry. No puddles, just the walls sweating moisture. Protocol said wait for backup on suspicious building checks. But backup was 20 minutes away, at least. And those elevators kept moving. Up, down, stop, up again. I stepped into the car. The buttons were wet too. Slick under my finger as I pressed one for the top floor. Get a view of the whole building. Standard procedure. The doors closed. My stomach lurched as the car started up. Fast, too fast. The floor numbers blinked by in a blur. Then it stopped, hard. Between floors 7 and 8. The lights flickered but stayed on. Emergency phone was dead when I checked it. The walls were dripping now. Water ran down in sheets. Still no puddles. Like the metal was sweating. The air got thicker, harder to breathe. Something moved in the corner of my eye. A handprint appearing in the condensation on the wall. Small, like a child's. It formed slowly, water beading around the edges. My heart pounded. Sweat ran down my back despite the cold. The handprint was joined by another, then another, appearing one by one on every wall. The elevator shuddered, started moving again, down this time, fast. The floor numbers counted down in red lead 7, 6, 5. More handprints appeared, dozens of them now, some large, some small, all forming in that same slow way, water gathering around invisible fingers. The car stopped again at the second floor. The doors stayed closed. The lights flickered, dimmed. In the half-darkness, I saw something in the condensation on the walls. Words, forming letter by letter, like someone was writing with an invisible finger. Help us, the letters dripped, ran down the walls. New ones took their shape. We're still here, my radio burst to life. Static at first, then voices, many voices, speaking together in a wet, gurgling whisper. Help us, please. We're still here. We're still here. We're still. The elevator dropped, no warning, just sudden freefall. My stomach hit my throat as I grabbed the handrail. The voices from the radio got louder, a chorus of drowning whispers. Impact at the lobby level drove me to my knees. The lights died. Complete darkness. The voices stopped. My flashlight beam showed empty walls. No handprints, no water, no writing, just clean steel panels. The doors opened onto the lobby. Everything normal, quiet. The elevator panel showed all cars stopped. No more movement. I did a full building check. Standard procedure. Every floor empty. Every elevator car dry and still. Nothing in the security footage except me riding alone in car 2. The report says equipment malfunction, building secure. Nothing about wet walls or handprints or voices on the radio. Nothing about words written in water by invisible hands. But I pulled the building's history after that night. Found an article from 20 years ago. Construction, accident. 3 elevators fell during installation. 14 workers died. They never recovered all the bodies. The complex is still there, still open for business. But those elevators keep moving at night. Security system logs show it. Up and down, floor to floor, like they're looking for something. Or someone. I don't take elevator calls anymore. Let the day shift handle them. But sometimes, when I'm driving past the complex late at night, I look up, see those elevator lights moving behind dark windows. And sometimes, just sometimes, I catch something on my radio. Static mostly. But in the white noise, I hear them, whispering voices. Wet and dark and desperate. We're still here. The official report lists it as a mechanical malfunction. The elevator company found nothing wrong with the cars. Building management upgraded the security system, added cameras, motion sensors, but the elevators still move at night. still stop at random floors, still carry invisible passengers up and down those 12 stories. I requested a route change after that night. Can't drive past the complex anymore. Can't look up at those moving lights without remembering the handprints, the voices, the words forming in water on steel walls. The new security guards quit regularly. They don't last more than a few months. They report elevator activity at night, strange sounds, wet footprints leading nowhere. Building management installed new elevators last year. State-of-the-art, computerized, safe. But at night, they still move, still search, still carry their invisible passengers up and down. Because some things don't leave. Some things can't leave. They're trapped in those cars, riding up and down forever, looking for help that never comes. And sometimes, late at night when the building is dark and empty, those elevators still run, still stop at every floor, still open their doors to let something out or something in. I don't know what's riding those elevators, don't want to know, but I know they're still there, still moving, still searching, and I know those voices are still whispering in the dark. Help us, we're still here. The building stands empty now. Too many complaints. Too many stories about strange sounds and moving elevators and wet walls. But at night, those cars still run, up and down, floor to floor, searching. Always searching. For what, I don't know. Don't want to know. But sometimes, driving past on night patrol, I hear my radio crackle, and in the static, I hear them, still whispering, still waiting, still riding those elevators in the dark. We're still here. Story 6. The call came through at 10:17 p.m. Strange lights at the old Miller farm, 3 miles outside town. Property had been abandoned for 15 years. No electricity, no squatters reported. My partner Chen and I took the call. The farm sat at the end of a dirt road, half a mile from the highway. Our headlights caught the broken windows of the farmhouse, the collapsing barn, the rusted equipment scattered across overgrown fields, and something else, a pale yellow light moving between the buildings. No cars in the driveway, Chen said, scanning with his flashlight. The beam showed empty gravel, weeds growing through the cracks. No tire tracks, no footprints. We approached the farmhouse first, standard procedure for building checks. The porch steps creaked under our weight. Front door hung open on broken hinges. The light we'd seen was gone now. Police officers, I called out. My voice echoed through empty rooms. No response except settling wood and night wind. Our flashlight beams swept the first floor. Empty beer cans and cigarette butts showed teenagers had been here, but the dust was thick, undisturbed. No recent visitors. The living room held something new. A straw doll propped against the far wall. Life-sized, crude face drawn in black marker. It hadn't been there when we checked this place last month after another lights call. Look at this, Chen said. His light showed more dolls in the kitchen. 3 of them arranged around the room, all facing the doorway, all watching us. My radio crackled. Static. Out here, signal was always weak. I keyed the mic anyway. Dispatch, Unit 23. We're going to need backup at the Miller farm. The static grew louder. Through the white noise, I heard something. Music, maybe. Tinny and distant, like an old music box. The yellow light appeared again, flickering through a window. Coming from the barn, we headed outside, guns drawn. The light vanished as we approached. The barn door stood open. Moonlight showed. Empty stalls, rotting hay, rusted tools hanging on walls, and more dolls, dozens of them, standing against walls, hanging from rafters, propped in corners, all facing the door, all watching. These weren't here last month, Chen said. His voice was steady, but I saw his hands shake as he swept his flashlight across the dolls. The music grew louder. Definitely a music box now. Simple melody, playing somewhere above us. The hayloft. The ladder creaked as we climbed. Each step made the wood groan. Halfway up, I looked down. The dolls had moved. All turned to face the ladder, all looking up at us. The hayloft was empty except for more dolls and a small metal box in the center of the floor. It sat open, tinkling out its tune. No wind-up mechanism visible. No batteries. Time to go, Chen said. I agreed. We turned to leave. The ladder was gone. Where it had been was another doll, larger than the others. Its head slowly turned to face us. The marker-drawn mouth curved into a smile. The music box stopped. In the sudden silence, I heard movement below. Rustling, scraping. The sound of straw figures shifting position. My flashlight beam showed the scene below. All the dolls were moving now, standing, walking with jerky, unnatural steps. Their black marker faces all turned up toward us, all smiling. The radio erupted with static. Through the noise, voices, many voices, speaking together in a child's sing-song tone. Come play with us. Chen fired. The gunshot was deafening in the enclosed space. The bullet passed through one of the dolls, sending straw flying. It kept walking. The big doll beside us moved faster than seemed possible. One moment it stood by the hayloft edge. The next it was right in front of us. Its straw hand reached out. We ran, jumped from the hayloft to a pile of hay below. The dolls parted to let us land, then closed in. Their marker faces had changed. The smiles were wider now. Hungry, I emptied my magazine into the crowd. Straw flew. The dolls kept coming. Their movements were faster now, more fluid, more human. We fought our way to the door. The dolls grabbed at us with scratching straw hands. Their touch burned like fire. The music box started playing again, faster now, frenzied outside. The farmhouse windows glowed with that pale yellow light. More dolls moved inside, pressing against the glass, watching, waiting. We made it to the cruiser. The engine roared to life as the dolls emerged from the barn. They moved as one now, a wave of straw and shadows and markers' mile faces. I floored it. Gravel sprayed as we fishtailed onto the dirt road. In the rearview mirror, I saw them standing in the driveway. All those black marker faces turned toward us. All those drawn-in smiles growing wider. The radio crackled one last time. Those child voices whispered through the static. Come back and play. Backup arrived 15 minutes later. They found an empty farm. No dolls, no music box. Just dust and darkness and the wind in broken windows. The report says, no suspicious activity observed. Nothing about straw dolls, or marker faces, or burning touches in the dark. But every month, like clockwork, dispatch gets another call about lights at the Miller farm. Every month, someone goes to check. Every month, they find something new. More dolls. Different dolls. Always watching, always waiting. I won't take those calls anymore. Let someone else check the farm at night. But sometimes, driving past on patrol, I see that pale yellow light moving between the buildings, and sometimes, just sometimes, I catch something on my radio. Static, mostly. But in the white noise, I hear them. Those child voices, still singing, still calling, come play with us. The farm's been demolished now, bulldozed flat. Nothing left but concrete foundations and empty fields. But the calls still come, every month, like clockwork. Lights in the empty fields, movement where nothing should move. And dolls, always dolls. Standing in the grass, faces turned toward the road, watching, waiting, for what, I don't know, don't want to know. Chen transferred out of state after that night. I don't blame him. Some things you can't unsee. Some memories don't fade. The official record shows routine property checks. No evidence of criminal activity. But ask any officer who's taken a call at the Miller farm. They'll tell you about the dolls, the music, the marker faces that smile too wide in the dark. Because some places don't stay empty. Some things don't stay buried. And sometimes, late at night, when the moon is high and the wind blows cold across empty fields, those dolls still dance, still play their music box songs, still wait with their marker smiles and burning straw hands, waiting for someone to come play. Story 7. The call came in at 1:14 a.m. A disturbance at cabin 23 on Lake Road. The cabins were mostly vacation rentals, empty this time of year. I was halfway through my patrol route when dispatch radioed. The Lake Road was dark. No streetlights out here, just moonlight on water and empty cabins. My headlights caught the cabin numbers -20, 21, 22. Cabin 23 sat at the end of the row, set back from the others. I pulled up at 1:27 a.m. Standard procedure is to call in arrival time and location. My radio crackled with static when I tried. No signal. Common out here by the lake. The cabin looked empty. Dark windows. No car in the gravel driveway. But something caught my eye. A flicker of movement through the front window. Could have been shadows. Could have been something else. The front door was unlocked. Not unusual for rental properties. I announced myself. Police officer, anyone here? And pushed it open. The hinges creaked. Inside was dark, cold. My flashlight beam showed typical. Rental cabin, furniture, couch, coffee table, kitchenette. On the coffee table was a photograph. I picked it up. The image showed me, in uniform, walking to my cruiser. Timestamp in the corner read 1:17 a.m., 10 minutes ago. My heart started beating faster. Sweat prickled on my neck despite the cold. The photo was sharp, clear, taken from close range. But I hadn't seen anyone, hadn't heard a camera. Another photo lay on the kitchen counter. Me again, getting out of my cruiser in front of the cabin. Timestamp, 1:24 a.m., 3 minutes ago. The cabin had one bedroom, a bathroom, and a small loft. Standard layout. I cleared them methodically, gun drawn now, empty. No sign of anyone, but on every surface, photos, dozens of them, all of me, all from tonight. Me driving down Lake Road, me turning into the cabin driveway, me approaching the front door, each timestamp just minutes old, each angle perfectly clear, like the photographer had been standing right next to me. But I'd been alone, had seen no one. My cruiser's dash cam would have caught anyone following me. A floorboard creaked upstairs. I spun around, gun raised. Nothing, just shadows and cold air. But when I turned back, there was a new photo on the table beside me. Me, standing in the cabin's living room, gun drawn, looking up at the loft. Timestamp, now. The radio burst to life, making me jump. Static at first, then a sound. Click, 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 like a camera shutter. Another photo appeared on the coffee table. Then, another and another, materializing out of nowhere, falling like leaves. All showing me, in the cabin, in real time. Every angle, every movement. The clicking got louder, faster. Photos kept appearing. Me looking at the photos. Me seeing new photos appear. Me realizing what was happening. Each image perfectly focused, impossibly clear. The temperature dropped. My breath came out in white clouds. The clicking surrounded me now, a storm of phantom camera shutters. And still the photos fell. Hundreds of them, thousands, burying the floor, covering every surface. Something moved in my peripheral vision. A shadow, darker than the darkness. The clicking stopped. In the sudden silence, I heard breathing, not mine. I turned slowly. Nothing there. But in every photo strewn across the floor, a shape stood behind me. Black, formless, holding something that might have been a camera. My radio crackled again. Through the static, a voice, smile. I ran. Professional pride be damned, I ran. Photos cascaded around me as I moved, each one showing me running, showing the shape getting closer, showing what I couldn't see but could feel behind me. The front door slammed shut as I reached it, locked. I turned to find another exit and froze. The photos had changed. They showed the future now. Me trying the door, me turning around, me seeing what was standing there, me screaming. The clicking started again. One last photo fluttered down. I didn't want to look, didn't want to see, but I had to. It showed me, looking at the photo, in the cabin, at that exact moment. But behind me, in the image, stood a figure, tall, dark. Its face was a camera lens, open like a hungry mouth. I blinked. When I opened my eyes, I was sitting in my cruiser, engine running, parked in front of cabin 23. The dashboard clock read 1:14 a.m. The cabin was dark, empty, no photos, no locked door, no camera-faced figure. Just another vacant rental property on a quiet night. The report says no suspicious activity observed. Nothing about photos or phantom cameras or things with lens faces standing in the dark. But my body cam footage from that night shows a gap. 13 minutes, from 1:14 a.m. to 1:27 a.m., missing. Like it never happened. Like I never arrived at the cabin, never went inside, never saw those photos. I requested a route change the next day. Can't drive past those cabins anymore. Can't look at cameras without remembering that night, without seeing that last photo. The cabin's been renovated since then. New owners, new furniture, but sometimes guests report strange sounds at night, like camera shutters clicking in the dark. And sometimes they find photos, pictures of themselves sleeping, eating, moving through the cabin. Each one perfectly clear and possibly well framed. Each one showing something standing behind them. Something with a lens where its face should be. I won't take calls at the lake cabins anymore. Let someone else handle them. But sometimes, reviewing body cam footage from my shifts, I catch something. A frame or two of static, and in that static, a shape, dark against darkness, watching through its camera eye. Because whatever was in that cabin is still there, still watching, still taking pictures of things that haven't happened yet. And sometimes, late at night on patrol, my radio crackles with static. And through the white noise, I hear it. That soft, mechanical click, like a shutter closing, like a lens mouth smiling in the dark. The official record shows a routine property check. No evidence of disturbance, but ask the other officers who've taken calls at cabin 23. They'll tell you about the photos they find, the impossible angles, the missing time, and they'll tell you about the dreams. Dreams of clicking shutters and falling photos and something standing in the shadows, watching through its camera eye. I put in for early retirement last month. Can't handle night shifts anymore. Can't trust what my eyes show me, what cameras capture. Can't forget that last photo, showing what was standing behind me. Showing what's standing behind all of us, all the time. Clicking, watching, waiting, forever taking pictures of moments that haven't happened yet. Moments we can't escape. Moments frozen in time, like photos falling in a dark cabin on a quiet night by the lake. Click, 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 smile. Story 8. The shift started at midnight. Standard patrol route through the industrial district. Empty warehouses, closed factories, dark office buildings. My cruiser's radio crackled with routine chatter from dispatch. At 2:13 a.m., the voice came through. Not dispatch, not another officer. A woman's voice, soft and clear through the static. Officer Michael Sullivan. My full name. Not my badge number or call sign. My name. I checked the frequency. Standard department channel. But the voice came. Again, clearer now. I can see you, Michael. My hands tightened on the steering wheel. Sweat beaded on my forehead despite the cool air from the AC. The voice knew my name, knew where I was. Turned left at the next intersection. I didn't turn, kept driving straight, following my patrol route. The radio crackled again. You should have turned left, Michael. Now she's going to die. My mouth went dry. The voice was different now. Still female, but harder, colder. Who is this? One demanded into the radio. Identify yourself. Your wife left the kitchen window unlocked again. Careless of her. My heart stopped. Sarah was home alone, sleeping. The voice continued, calm and precise. She's wearing the blue pajamas. The ones you bought her for Christmas. Her phone is on the nightstand, too far to reach in time. I hit the lights and siren, yanking the cruiser into a U-turn. My house was 10 minutes away. The voice laughed softly. You won't make it, Michael, but I'll let you listen. Radio went silent. Then I heard it, the sound of breathing. Not mine, not the voices. Someone sleeping. Sarah sleeping. Stop this, I said, into the radio. My voice shook. Whatever you want, I want you to listen, the voice cut in. Listen to what happens when you don't follow instructions. The breathing changed. A rustling sound, like someone moving through a room. Sarah's breathing quickened. She was waking up. I pushed the cruiser faster. 8 minutes away. The voice spoke again. Closer to the microphone now. She's so peaceful when she sleeps. Such a shame. A new sound came through the radio. Footsteps, slow, deliberate, getting closer to the sleeping sounds. Please, I said, don't hurt her. I'll do anything. Too late, Michael. You had your chance to turn left. Sarah's breathing changed again. She was awake now. I heard her voice, distant and confused. Who's there? 7 minutes away. The siren wailed into the night. The voice on the radio stayed soft, almost gentle. She's noticed me now. See how her eyes widen, how her hand reaches for the phone. A scream came through the radio. Sarah's scream cut off suddenly. "No," I shouted into the radio. "Sarah," silence answered. Long seconds of nothing but static. Then the voice returned. "Turn right at the next light, Michael." I turned. The voice had won. Anything to make it stop. "Good boy. Now pull into the parking lot ahead." An empty shopping center appeared on my right. I pulled in, tires screeching. The voice sighed contentedly. "Was that so hard? All you had to do was listen." "Where's Sarah?" My voice was hoarse, desperate. "Call her and find out." I grabbed my phone with shaking hands. Sarah's number was first on speed dial. It rang once, twice. "Hello." Her voice, sleepy but alive. "Mike, what's wrong?" Relief hit me like a physical blow. "Are you okay? Is anyone there?" "I'm fine, just sleeping." "What's going on?" The radio crackled. The voice was back, smug now. "Lesson 1 complete. Shall we try lesson 2? I ended the call with Sarah. Told her to lock the doors. Call 911 if anything happened. Then I turned back to the radio. "What do you want?" "I want to play a game, Michael. A simple game. I tell you where to go. You follow. If you don't," the voice trailed off. Let the threat hang in the air. "Why me?" "Because you're perfect. So dedicated. So caring. So easy to control with the right leverage." My hands were steady on the wheel now. Training kicking in. Think, observe, plan. Turn left out of the parking lot. Drive until I tell you to stop. I turned left. The voice guided me through empty streets. Each turn precise. Each instruction detailed. Like it could see every move I made. "How are you doing this?" I asked. "How are you on this frequency?" Questions, questions. You, police, are all the same. Always wanting answers. Never accepting mystery. The voice directed me to an industrial park on the edge of town. Abandoned factories. Broken windows. No cameras. "Stop here." I stopped. Cut the engine. Silence pressed in around the cruiser. "Get out." I got out. The night air was cold. The voice came through my portable radio now, clear as if it was standing next to me. "Walk to the building on your right. Doors open." The door hung on broken hinges. Inside was dark. My flashlight beam showed empty space. Broken machinery. Graffiti on walls. Up the stairs. 3rd floor. I climbed. The stairs creaked under my weight. The voice stayed with me, guiding each step. 3rd floor was different. Clean. New fluorescent lights hummed overhead. And in the center of the empty space, a radio, old style, police band, microphone attached. "Pick it up," the voice said. From the radio on the floor now, not my portable. I picked it up. The microphone was warm, recently used. "Look behind you." I turned. A wall of monitors filled the far end of the room, each one showing a different view. My house, my cruiser, the streets I'd driven. Sarah sleeping peacefully in our bed. "How long have you been watching us?" "Long enough," the voice said. "Long enough to know your habits, your patterns, your fears." The monitors switched to new images. Me on patrol, Sarah shopping. Our daily routines laid bare. Why? Because I can. Because it's fun. Because watching you dance to my tune makes the long nights interesting. A chair sat in front of the monitors. New, expensive, recently used, but mostly because you needed to learn about control, about power, about how fragile your sense of safety really is. The voice was coming from everywhere now. The radio in my hand. My portable, hidden speakers in the walls. Lesson 2 begins now. Are you ready to play another game? I set down the radio, drew my weapon, swept the room methodically, checking corners, doorways, shadows. The voice laughed. Oh, Michael, still thinking like a cop, still believing you have control. The monitors went dark. All at once, the fluorescent lights flickered. Let's see how well you handled the dark. The lights died. Complete darkness. My flashlight clicked on automatically. The beam showed empty room. No monitors, no radio, no chair. Just dust and broken windows and graffiti-covered walls. My portable radio crackled. The voice whispered through the static. Sweet dreams, Michael. I'll be watching. The report says, equipment malfunction, possible radio interference. Nothing about voices or monitors or games in the dark. But sometimes, late at night on patrol, my radio crackles. And through the static, I hear it. That soft, female voice, calling my name. Telling me to turn left, turn right, follow instructions. I requested a partner after that night. Department policy allows it for officer safety. No one questioned it. No one asked why I won't patrol alone anymore. Sarah installed better locks, security cameras, motion sensors. But sometimes she wakes at night, says she feels eyes watching. Hears a woman's voice whispering in the dark. The voice is still out there, still watching, still playing its games with other officers on late-night patrol. And sometimes, when I drive past that abandoned factory, I see lights on the 3rd floor. Just for a moment, just long enough to make me wonder if she's still there, still watching, still waiting to play another game. Because some voices don't stay on the radio. Some games don't end when the lights go out. And sometimes, in the static between calls, I hear her. Laughing, still soft, still clear, still knowing exactly where I am, what I'm doing, what I fear most in the dark. Story 9. The call came at 11:42 p.m. A neighbor reported a door standing open at 1247 Maple Street. Just an inch or two. They'd seen it from their window while walking past. The house belonged to the Hendersons, who'd been on vacation for a week. I took the call alone. Standard procedure for a property check. The street was quiet when I pulled up. Most houses dark except for porch lights. The Henderson place stood in shadow, porch light off, and there it was, the front door, open just enough to show darkness beyond. My flashlight beam caught the door frame. No sign of forced entry, just a door standing slightly open, like someone had forgotten to pull it shut all the way. I announced myself, police officer, anyone home, and pushed it wider. The hinges didn't creak, didn't make a sound. The door moved too smoothly for a house this old. Inside was dark, cold. My flashlight showed an empty entryway, family photos on walls, mail scattered on a table, nothing out of place. I turned to check the living room. When I looked back, the front door had moved. Just an inch. Just enough to notice. But I hadn't heard it, hadn't felt a draft. Standard procedure is to clear all rooms, starting ground floor. I moved through the living room, everything normal, furniture in place, TV dark and silent. But when I passed back through the entryway, the door had moved again, now opened 3 inches instead of 2. My heart rate picked up. Sweat prickled on my neck, despite the cold. I watched the door for a full minute. No movement, no sound. But the moment I turned away, I heard it. The softest whisper of wood on carpet. I spun back. The door stood 4 inches open now. Still silent, still smooth, like it was moving on oiled hinges that didn't exist. The kitchen was clear, dining room empty. But each time I passed the entryway, the door had moved. 5 inches, 6, 7. Always when I wasn't looking. Always in perfect silence. My radio crackled, static. This close to the station, it should have been clear. I keyed the mic anyway. Dispatch, Unit 47, at 12:47 Maple. Requesting backup. The static grew louder. Through the white noise, I heard something. Not dispatch. Not another officer. A sound like breathing, coming from the front door. I turned. The door stood halfway open now. The darkness beyond seemed deeper, thicker. My flashlight beam didn't penetrate it. "Police officer," I called again. My voice sounded flat, absorbed by that darkness. "Show yourself." The door moved. I watched it this time. Saw it swing on silent hinges, smooth and steady. No human hand touched it. No draft moved it. It just opened. The darkness beyond had weight now. Substance. It leaked around the edges of the doorframe, pooling on the floor like black water. My hands were steady on my weapon, but my mouth had gone dry. Training kept my breathing even, controlled. I backed away from the spreading darkness, keeping the door in sight. It stood fully open now. The darkness had filled the entryway, climbing the walls like living thing. Family photos disappeared beneath it, swallowed by the black. Something moved in that darkness, a shape darker than dark. It stepped through the doorway. No feet touched the floor. No sound broke the silence. Just movement, like a hole in the world walking on 2 legs. I fired. The gunshots were deafening in the enclosed space. Muzzle flashes lit up the entryway for split seconds, showing empty air where the shape had been. The darkness retreated, flowed back through the doorway like water down a drain. The door began to close, smooth, silent, inexorable. I ran, got outside just as the door clicked shut, called for backup with shaking hands. Other units arrived in minutes. We searched the house, found nothing. No signs of entry, no darkness, no shapes walking on silent feet. The Hendersons came home next day. Said nothing was missing, nothing disturbed, but the front door. They'd never seen it move so smoothly, never heard it open or close so quietly. The report says premises secure, no evidence of criminal activity. Nothing about moving doors or living darkness or things that walk without touching the ground. But sometimes, driving past that house on night patrol, I see it. The front door, standing open just an inch or two. Just enough to show the darkness beyond. Just enough to let something out. Or let something in. I requested a route change after that night. Can't drive down Maple Street anymore. Can't look at that door without remembering how it moved, how the darkness spread, how something impossible walked through on feet that didn't touch the floor. The Hendersons moved out 3 months later. Couldn't handle the doors anymore, they said. Always finding them open when they should be closed. Closed when they should be open. Moving when no one was watching. New family lives there now. Young couple with kids. They've replaced all the doors. New locks, new hinges. But still, neighbors report strange things. Doors standing open at night. Darkness deeper than it should be. shapes moving without sound or substance. I won't take calls on Maple Street anymore. Let someone else handle them. But sometimes, checking doors on my new patrol route, I'll catch one moving. Just a little, just enough to notice. Silent and smooth, like it's opening for something that doesn't need handles, doesn't need hinges, doesn't need anything but darkness and silence and the space between what's real and what isn't. The official record shows a routine property check. No evidence of intrusion. But ask any officer who's taken a call at 1247 Maple. They'll tell you about the doors. How they move when no one's looking. How they open onto darkness deeper than night. And they'll tell you about the shapes they sometimes see. Walking without feet. Moving without sound. Always just at the edge of vision. Always gone when you turn to look. I put in for a desk job last month. Can't handle patrol anymore. Can't trust. Doors to stay where they should. To move only when touched. To open onto spaces that make sense. Because now I know the truth. Every door is just waiting. Waiting to open onto that same darkness. Waiting to let those same shapes through. Waiting for someone to look away just long enough for something impossible to slip through. And sometimes, late at night in my own home, I hear it. The whisper of wood on carpet. The sound of a door moving on silent hinges. Opening onto darkness deeper than dark. I don't look anymore. Don't want to see what comes through. Don't want to know what walks on feet that don't touch the ground. Because some doors don't lead where they should. Some darkness isn't just absence of light. And sometimes, the most terrifying thing isn't what comes through the door. It's the door itself, moving without touch or sound or reason, opening onto spaces that shouldn't exist. Spaces where things wait in the dark, watching through doorways, waiting for someone to look away, just for a moment, just long enough. Story 10. The call came at 3:17 a.m. Security alarm at the old Oakwood office building downtown. 6 stories of empty offices, scheduled for demolition next month. I was the closest unit. The front door was unlocked when I arrived. Not broken, just unlocked. The security panel showed armed, no breach alerts. My flashlight beam cut through darkness, showing the empty lobby. Standard layout, elevator banks, stairwell access, everything covered in dust except for a single set of footprints, leading to the stairs. Standard procedure is to wait for backup on commercial building searches. But something about those footprints made me follow. They led up 4 flights, then down a hallway on the 5th floor. The hallway looked wrong. The building plans showed 50 feet of corridor with offices on both sides. But my flashlight beam disappeared into darkness ahead. The hallway seemed to stretch forever. I checked my position. 5th floor, east wing. According to the plans, this corridor should end at a fire door, but I couldn't see the end. Just identical office doors stretching into darkness. The footprints stopped at the 3rd door on the right. The nameplate was blank. Just polished brass, not even dusty like everything else. The door stood slightly open. I announced myself. "Police officer, come out with your hands up," and pushed the door wider. Empty office, desk, chair, filing cabinet. Nothing unusual except the door on the far wall. There shouldn't have been a door there. The plans showed solid wall between offices. But this door was identical to the hall door, right down to the blank nameplate. My radio crackled when I tried to call in. Static, no signal. I checked my phone. No service. The next office was the same. Empty room. Identical door on the far wall. And the next office. And the next. Each one leading deeper into space that shouldn't exist. I stepped back into the hall. Looked both ways. The corridors stretched endlessly in both directions now. Identical. Doors, identical nameplates. No end in sight. A voice called my name. David. Soft, familiar. Coming from somewhere ahead. Jenny, my sister's voice. But Jenny was dead. 3 years now. Help me, David. Further down the hall, or closer. Distance seemed wrong here. Everything seemed wrong. I followed the voice. Past more doors. More empty offices. More empty offices. The hallway curved slightly now, though the building plans showed straight corridors. Please, David, I'm scared. Jenny's voice. 8 years old again, like the night our parents died. The night I couldn't save her. My hands shook on my flashlight. Sweat ran down my back despite the cold. The beam showed more hallway, more doors, always more. Another voice joined Jenny's. My mother, David, honey. Where are you? Then my father. Son, we need you. More voices, people I knew, people I'd lost, all calling from somewhere ahead, or behind, or beside me through those endless doors. I picked one, third door on the left, identical to all the others. Inside, another office, another door. But something was different. The desk held a photo frame. My family, Jenny, Mum, Dad, all smiling, all alive. The glass was dusty, except for fresh fingerprints. The next office had more photos. My graduation, Jenny's first bike ride, family vacations that never happened because they died too soon. We're waiting, David. Closer now, just ahead. Just through the next door, or the next, or the next. My flashlight beam weakened, batteries dying. The darkness pressed closer, but the voices grew stronger. Almost here, David. Almost home. I shouldn't have followed, shouldn't have listened, but those voices, so real, so close. The next office was different. Photos covered every wall, every moment I'd missed with them. Every birthday, every Christmas, every life event they should have seen. The far door stood open. Warm light spilled through. I could hear them clearly now. Laughing, talking, living, just one. More door, one more step, one more. My radio burst to life. Real voices. Dispatch, backup units arriving. The spell broke. I looked back. The hallway had changed. Now it stretched endlessly behind me too. Identical doors, identical rooms, identical voices calling my name. I ran, picked a direction, and ran. Past door after door after door. The voices followed, growing angry now, desperate. Stay with us, David. Don't leave us again. You can't save them if you leave. I hit the stairwell at full speed, nearly fell down for flights. Burst into the lobby as backup units entered. The hallway was normal when we checked it again. 50 feet long, 6 offices on each side. No extra doors, no photos, no voices. The report says false alarm, building secure. Nothing about endless corridors or impossible rooms or voices that call you home. But sometimes, patrolling downtown late at night, I see lights in the Oakwood building. Just on the 5th floor, just for a moment. And sometimes, passing those dark windows, I hear them, still calling, still waiting. Come home, David. I requested a transfer after that night. Can't patrol downtown anymore. Can't look up at those windows without remembering the hallway, the doors, the voices. The building's been demolished now. New construction going up. But sometimes workers report strange things. Corridors that shouldn't exist. Doors that lead nowhere. Voices calling names of people long dead. I won't drive past the site anymore. Won't answer calls in that area. But sometimes, late at night on patrol, my radio crackles with static. And through the white noise, I hear them. My family, still calling, still waiting, in a hallway that stretches forever, behind doors that lead nowhere. Because some places don't follow maps. Some doors don't lead where they should. And sometimes, the voices that call us home are the ones we can never answer, never follow, never reach. No matter how many doors we open, no matter how far we walk, matter how much we want to believe. The official record shows a routine alarm check. No evidence of intrusion. But ask any officer who's taken a call at the Oakwood building. They'll tell you about the hallway, the doors, the voices that know their names. Because some buildings hold more than empty rooms. Some corridors never end. And sometimes, late at night when the city sleeps, those voices still call. Still promise impossible reunions down endless halls. Still waiting behind doors that lead nowhere, forever calling us home.